situated at the rostrum. The nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides. In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east
Session resumed. Session suspended. Tignan mo na. Saan ba tayo? Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority
I
Leader,
move that we
welcome
now-
back. You're on time.
Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed, Majority Leader.
I move that we now proceed with additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Daghang salamat, Majority Leader. Secretary General, as stated, please proceed. Thank you.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill number 11514, strengthening the operations of the Human Settlements Adjudication Commission by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill number 11515, recognizing the Digital Media Standards Coalition as an independent fact-checking and ethical guidance authority by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 11516, changing the name of the province of Southern Leyte to Leyte del Sur by Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 11519, revising Republic Act 9510, establishing the Credit Information System by Representative Tieng.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill number 11520, establishing a satellite office of the CHED in Naga, Camarines Sur by Representative Bordado.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 11521, establishing a Land Transportation Franchising and Regulatory Board satellite office in Naga, Camarines Sur by Representative Bordado.
To the Committee on Transportation.
Resolutions, House Resolution number 2304, urging the DOTR and the Metro Rail Transit Corporation to rename the North Avenue Station of MRT Line 3 to Bago Bantay North EDSA Station by Representative Ataide.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution number 2305, calling for a legislative inquiry by the House of Representatives into the death of USC student Junver Toledo and the effects of outcomes-based education on students nationwide by Representatives Manuel, Rosas, and Castro Franz.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 2306, urging the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs of the House to conduct a review and assessment of the implementing rules and regulations of RA number 12021, the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, by Representative Magsino.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 2307, calling for a congressional inquiry into the current state of the San Juanico Bridge and the actions or inaction of the DPWH and other concerned agencies in ensuring the safety, functionality, and contingency preparedness of strategic national infrastructure by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yadamari, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
Messages from the Senate, message dated June 2, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate passed the following Senate bills in which it requests the concurrence of the House of Representatives. Senate Bill 890 on right-sizing the national government to improve public service delivery.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization,
Senate Bill 2805 on strengthening the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board.
to the Committee on Public Information,
Senate Bill 2960 on institutionalizing the lifelong learning development framework, broadening the mandate of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, and the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
Senate Bill 2965 on granting free funeral services to poor families.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
Senate Bill 2974 on expanding the Philippine Science High School system.
to the Committee on Science and Technology,
And Senate Bill 2975 on strengthening animal welfare standards, enacting a revised Animal Welfare Act.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
Message dated June 3, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed without amendment House Bill numbers 5829, 5842, and 6551.
to the Committee on Rules,
Message dated June 3, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed the following House bills as amended by substitution. House Bill 9315 on converting the J.H. Cirillas State College into a state university, and House Bill 9332 on converting the Zamboanga del Sur School of Arts and Trades into a state college.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
Message dated June 3, 2025, informing the House that on June 2, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Zubiri, Ejercito, Binay, Gatchalian, and Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill 2974 and House Bill 9726 on the proposed expanded Philippine Science High School PSHS System Act.
to the Committee on Science and Technology,
Message dated June 3, 2025, informing the House that on June 2, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Escudero, Ejercito, and Aquilino Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill 890 and House Bill 7240 on right-sizing the national government to improve public service delivery.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization,
Message dated June 3, 2025, informing the House that on June 2, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Pimentel, Tulfo de la Rosa, Binay, and Ejercito as conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Votes of House Bill 9489 on creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in Alicia, Isabela.
to the Committee on Justice,
Communications, letter dated January 13, 2025 of the CESB Executive Director, submitting to the House a copy of their quarterly fiscal report of operation as of December 31, 2024.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulations,
Letter dated January 14, 2025 of the DBP President notifying the House that the quarterly budget and financial accountability reports for the quarter ending December 31, 2024 have been posted on their website, and the said reports are also accessible under their Transparency Seal page.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
Letter dated January 21, 2025 of the Land Bank President updating the House with a copy of their report on the utilization of funds for the Unconditional Cash Transfer Program, 4th quarter CY 2024.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
Letters dated January 30 and February 6 and 12, 2025 of BSP Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
Letter dated February 10, 2025 of DBP Senior Vice President informing the House on the status of implementation of the Barangay Micro Business Enterprises Act of 2002 as of December 31, 2024.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
Letter dated February 18, 2025 of BSP Acting Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
Various communications submitted to the House by officials of several local government units relative to their posting and reporting requirements of the fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund as attested by the respective local chief executives.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Report dated March 11, 2025 of the Secretary-General, House of Representatives on enrolled copies of House Bill 9758 on converting the Extension Office of the LTO in Burgos, Ilocos Norte into a regular district office, which were transmitted to the Office of the President on March 5, 2025 for His Excellency's consideration and signature pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House. Report dated March 11, 2025 of the Secretary-General, House of Representatives on enrolled copies of House Bill 11072 on amending the franchise granted to Davao Light and Power Company, which were transmitted to the Office of the President on March 6, 2025 for His Excellency's consideration and signature pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House. Report dated March 11, 2025 of the Secretary-General, General House of Representatives on copies of the following enrolled bills, which were returned to the Senate on March 6, 2025 and to be transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House. Senate Bill 2871 and House Bill 9571 on the proposed Chemical Weapons Prohibition Act, and Senate Bill 2878 and House Bill 11199 on the proposed Economy, Planning, and Development Act. Committee Report 1464, submitted by the Committee on Overseas Workers' Affairs on House Bill 11525. Committee Report numbers 1465, 1466, 1467, 1468, 1469, 1470, 1471, and 1472, submitted by the Committees on Justice and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 11526, 11527, 11528, 11529, 1530, 15531, 1532, and 11533, respectively.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader, please. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon Sonny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jesu Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri.
Second call, na House Bill numbers 9923, 10138, 10485, 10880, 10991, 11374, and 11380. Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Baskub, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro Jean, Chan, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Colada, Corvera, Cua, Cuaresma, De Jesus, Defensor, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Espares, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Gato, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Oribata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Primicia Sagabas, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Unabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divinagris, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 173 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention. House Bill number 9923, 10138, 10485, 10880, 10991, 11374, and 11380 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would like to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended.
Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina. Junicio Domingo David, Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emana Enverga Escudero Espares Espina, Estradio de la Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes Frasco, Fresnetti Fuentevilla Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gazataya Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseta Gico Ginto, Gulis, Gutierrez, Ernesto Otaman Hernandez, Herrera Horibata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labadabad Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin Lee, Ligarda Libanan, Kaichong, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino Malapitan, Mangawang Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisa, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Songchon, Ordanis, Ortega, Wano Dizon, Pardiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancha, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Rilio Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Eloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Moldes Ferdinand Martin, Romualdo Siada Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sagdalan, Sagarbaria, Sacalura, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Sauluk, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupa Sitor, Tio Malio, Nabia Ungab, Uy, Valeriana Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Lumis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica Villagi Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 11362 and 11406. Abante Abunda Charon, Advincola Agaraw, Almario Alonte, Alvarez Pantelion, Amante Amatong, Angara Arbison, Arenas Bascog, Bautista Lim, Miron Bonok, Busita Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro Jane, Chan, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Colado Covero, Cua, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Timoporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Icleo Enverga Udela Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Karin Gato, Goid Christopher, Goles Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseta Aresco, Taman Hernandez, Oribata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luisor, Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta Marini, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco Ominal, Lalaso Padiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual Pimentel, Kimbo Rama Reyes, Rilio Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran Salceda, Sari Salo, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Tamayo, Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tamut, Tan Chay, Teodoro Teves, Tiang Tupa Sonabia, Velasco Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva Villar, Villago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yudo, Zamora Amparo Maria.
with 175 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill numbers 11362 and 11406 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading, House Bill number 11114. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11114 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11114, an act declaring the immediate environs within the municipality of Bulacan, province of Bulacan, that cover cultural properties, national historical landmarks, shrines, monument sites, and other built heritage properties with notable historical and cultural significance as heritage zone, providing for their restoration, rehabilitation, conservation, and development, and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11114. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Orbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Beronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bonggalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Broses, Buhain, Bulot, Bigdang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Pilar, Coangco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coangco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, de Gooc, Delipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Khalid, de Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit, Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga, and Escudero, Espares Espina, Estrella Udela, Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Casataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Mark, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Naptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conghun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Limkay, Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Zeta Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sally Salimbangon, Salo Santos, sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela Suarez, Taliado Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Wat, Cotariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villareza Suarez, Villarica, Violaco, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call and consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11114. Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Edvincola, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustas, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Colada, Corvera, Cua, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goed, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseta Haresco Hataman, Hernandez Horibata, Javier Co, Olga Co, Ricardo Co, Wilton Labad Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne Lazatin, Lee Lebanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquez Marcoleta, Marino Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nalasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rillo, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salo, sa Ulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Onabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Gris, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 175 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill number 11114 is, the chair declares as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 11408. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11408, an act declaring certain parcels of land of the public domain located in Barangays Berong, Aramayawan, Isugod, Tabon, Malatgao, Kinlogan, and Kalumpang in the municipality of Quezon, province of Palawan as agricultural land open to disposition for agricultural, commercial, residential, industrial, or other productive purposes. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11408. Abalo Sabantia, Bunda, Chonona, Sidre, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Garaw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Aldonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Persedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Areno, Sargacha, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Moronda, Basco, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolivia, Bondong, Mongalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bolit, Begtan, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, James, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chu, Washangalaw, Conjelica, Natasha, Colizalde, Copilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco Mark, Colada, Colianos, Crovero, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagok, Delipe, Dalog, Deyang, Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Delmar, De Los Santos, Dimoporo, Mohamed Khalid, Dimoporo, City Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavi, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emana, and Verga, Escudero, Esparis, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferran Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnetti, Fentidelia, Caleos, Garcia Arbit, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goid, Christopher, Gomar, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Ereso, Tamanat, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanon, Kay Chong, Loyola, Luis, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mga Wang Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Coleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Vanessa, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Manel, Lalaso, Olivares, Omchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Seda Marie, Romulo Roque, Sagdalan Sagar Maria, Sacaluron Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon Salo, Santos, Saulog Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Suwan, Swansing Rasha, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez Taliado, Tamayo, Tamuting, Tan Joseph, Tan Kit Micah, Tan Relos Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tamut, Tan Tai, Tan Montco Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupa Sitor, Tio Mario Nabio Ungab Uy, Valeriano Valmir Vargas, Vargas Alfonso Velasco Velasco Tuazon, Vergara versus Sevilla, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Villar Suarez, Villarica Viola Gamson, Yap Christian Zel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Divina Grace, Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Mena Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 11408. Abante Abunda Charon Vincol Agaraw, Almario Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong Angara, Albison Arenas, Bascook Bautista Lim, Biron Bondok, Bosita Busos Cabredo Cardema, Castro Jane, Chan, Coelizado Copilar, Colado Corvero, Coa Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos de Mapora Mohan Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Eclayo Envergayo de la Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Garcia Vincent, Guerin Gato, Goy Christopher, Goles Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Oriseta Ares, Cotaman Hernandez, Oribat Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin, Lee Libanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Olminado, Lazo, Padiernas, Padlas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Zagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Solog, Singson, Ronald, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Michelangela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Relos Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Teodoro, Teves, Tiang, Tupa, Sonabio, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudivina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 172 members voting in affirmative, 0 in negative, and 3 abstentions. House Bill Number 11408, the Chair declares House Bill 11408 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11373. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill Number 11373, an act restructuring the Energy Regulatory Commission, amending sections 38, 39, 40, 41, 43, 44, and 46, and repealing Section 42 of Republic Act Number 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11373. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acheron, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Kino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronde, Bascug, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Bellones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulit, Begtang.
Mr. Speaker,
What is the pleasure?
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Thank you, Congressman Brosas. Later. Please proceed, Secretary General.
Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colado, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kua Quaresma de Goc, de Lipe Dalog, de Hirang Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos de Mapor, Mohamed Cali, de Mapor City, Amina Dionisio, Domingo Duavit, Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, Enverga, Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gordiola, Garin, Casataya, Gato, Goet, Christopher Gomark, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio, Gonzalez, Naptali, Gonzalez, Sandro, Gorseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conjun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sani, Lara, Lazitin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Limkay, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maseda, Madrono, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon,
Mr.
Morcoleta.
Speaker,
Yes, Congressman Manuel of Kabataan Party List.
my vote for the bill is no, and I would like to explain my vote later. Thank you.
Yes, duly noted. Please proceed, Secretary General.
Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Vanisa, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdo Siadamari, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sally Salimbangon, Salo Santos sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafertil, Luis Raymond, Villafertil, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarez Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call, in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11373, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascul, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Biron, Bondok, Bosita, Busos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Colada, Corvera, Cua, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Kali, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato, Ed, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Corseta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquez, Marcoleta, Marina, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salo sa Ulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Unabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villafertil, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 170 members voting in affirmative, 4 in negative, 0 abstention. House Bill number 11373 having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to explain her vote.
Gabriel Party List, Congresswoman Brosas, please proceed, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ang Gabriela Women's Party ay bumoboto ng no sa House Bill number 11373 or ang ERC Reform Bill. Under the proposed measure on top of the yearly appropriations of the Energy Regulatory Commission under the General Appropriations Act, ERC will be allowed to use 50% of its revenue generated on 10% for the augmentation of its capital outlay budget, 60% for the augmentation of its maintenance and other operating expenses, MOOE, 30% to augment its personal service budget. Sa halip na i-remit sa National Treasury, papayagan ng ERC na gamitin ang 50% ng revenue nito. Dagdag pa, laman din ng panukalang batas ang maaaring pag-revise ng allocation para sa capital outlay at MOOE budget. Mr. Speaker, sa tingin ng kinatawang ito, maaaring maabuso ang probisyong ito at mas gamitin pa para sa pansariling interes lamang. Maaaring paglaanan ng mas mataas na revenue ang capital outlay. Maaari ring payagan ng ERC ang paniningil ng mga concessionaire ng ancillary services na maaaring magdagdag pahirap sa mga consumers. Bagamat nagdadagdag ng probisyon para sa pagtutukoy ng ERC sa benchmark ng presyo, hindi pa rin ito kayang diktahan ng actual rates, lalo na kung papasok ito sa sinasabing reasonable benchmark na malamang ay mataas pa rin. Power generation and retail supply remain privatized, and government influence is limited to regulatory oversight, not ownership or pricing control. While the bill enhances oversight, it doesn't mandate pricing reforms that could force generation companies and distributors to lower their rates. Kung susumahin, ang bill na ito ay tila administrative upgrade lamang at hindi structural reform na mapapakinabangan ng mga consumers na pasan-pasan ang napakataas na singil sa kuryente. Mr. Speaker, hanggat nananatili ang pagiging pribado ng kuryente sa bansa at pinagsasamantalahan ng malalaking electric corporation ang mga maliliit na consumers sa pamamagitan ng matataas na singil, laging dehado at kawawa ang taong bayan. Walang tunay na pagbabago, kaya naman ang kinakailangan ay ibasura ang EPIRA law at inasyonalisa ang mga batayang serbisyo sa bansa tulad ng kuryente. Without junking EPIRA and putting pricing power back in the hands of the government, this bill may just paint over a broken system. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Brosas of Gabriela Party List. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
Kabataan Party List, Congressman Raul Daniel Manuel. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ang representasyon na ito ay bumoboto ng no sa House Bill 11373. Naniniwala kami na ang primaryang reforma na kailangang mangyari upang solusyonan ang krisis sa kuryente sa Pilipinas ay ang pagpapawalang bisa sa EPIRA at ang pagnanationalize ng industriya ng kuryente. Labas pa rito, Mr. Speaker, hindi tayo sang-ayon sa mga panukala na i-retain ng ERC ang kalahati sa kanilang revenue at gamitin bilang pansariling budget. Ito ay pera na dapat ginagamit sa mga programa na makakatulong sa taong bayan at dapat mairemit ito. Hindi din tayo sang-ayon na dapat ibahin ang sistema ng kompensasyon para sa chairperson at commissioners ng ERC na nakatapat sa kung ano ang so-called competitive rate sa industriya ng kuryente. Sa ganitong lagay, tila unti-unting hinuhubog ang ERC bilang isang profit-oriented na korporasyon, maghahabol ng kita upang mapayaman ang mga nasa taas nito. Kung may babaguhin sa ERC sa kagyat, ito ay ang marapat na pagkakaroon ng representasyon ng electric consumers sa komisyon at hindi ito binibigyang daan ng House Bill 11373. That is why we vote no to this proposed measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Manuel. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 11044. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11044, an act rationalizing and strengthening the regulation of Cockfighting by local government units, further amending for this purpose Presidential Decree number 449, otherwise known as the Cockfighting Law of 1974 as amended, and Section 4 of Presidential Decree number 1802, entitled Creating the Philippine Game Fowl Commission as amended. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11044. Abalos Abante, Abunda, Choron, Asidre, Cop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaro, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarogancia, Asistio, Ataydo, Mentado, Balindong, Barbar, Barbers, Baronda, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Limbernos, Bilianes, Biron, Belilia, Bondok, Mongolon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Muhain, Bullet, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdon, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Changalao, Angelica, Natasha, Co, Elizaldi, Copilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco, Mark, Colado, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Coresma, Dagok, Delipe, Dalog, De Hirang, Daza, De Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, Dimoporo Mohammed Cadi, Dimoporo City Amina, Janicio Domingo David Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Cleo Emmanuel Verga, Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella, Udela Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Fer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fendibali Galeos, Garcia Arbert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gasataya Gato, Goid Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico Ginto, Gulis Gutierrez, Oresco Taman, Hernandez Herrero, Ribata Javier, Co Aga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lili, Garda, Libanan, Kaichon, Loyola, Ruiz, Lumad, Macapagalaroyo, Macedo, Maduro, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Aminal, Olaso, Olivares, Songchon, Ordanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Pardenos, Paduana, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancha, Panates, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rilo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eloy, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagdanan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mian, Solon, Suwon, Sonsing, Horacio, Sonsing, Michelangelo, Suarez, Sot, Aliado, Tamayo, Tan Bunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Authority, Umali, Nabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Palmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Velasco, Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Ligos, Mermon, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarazo Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suwan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yulo Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of House Bill number 11044. Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincol, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Limbiron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Coelzade, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Cua, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Dimoporo, Mamad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goed Christopher, Goles Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Resco Taman, Hernandez Oribata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luis Rolamag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Matura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Aminal, Olaso, Padiernas, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michelangelo, Tamayo, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reels Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Chodoro Teves, Tieng, Tupaso Navia, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
with 155 members voting in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, and 1 abstention. House Bill number 11044, the chair declares as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11253. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11253, an act prohibiting the establishment and operation of cockpits and other structures or facilities for holding cockfights within a radius of 500 lineal meters from any existing residential or commercial area, schools and other educational institutions, church buildings and other places of worship, and hospitals, and providing penalties for violations thereof. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11253. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincul, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Matong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Kino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba Barbers, Beron de Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bongalon, Ordado, Pusita, Briones, Process, Buhain, Bulot, Pigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cavagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Copilar, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma de Goc de Lipe, Dalog de Hirang, Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar de los Santos, de Maporo Mohamed Kali, de Maporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Casataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher Gomar, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Naptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Vico, Ginto, Gulles, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lezatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanon, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistron, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrana, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Moncholo, Reyes, Julio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Daliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tebes, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Onabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Ampara Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zumiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11253. Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincul, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Beron, Bondoc, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro Jane, Chan, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Colada, Corvera, Cua, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Gato, Goed, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Santro, Goriseta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Oribata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Lebanon, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquez, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Wominal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama Reyes, Rilio Romero, Roque, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salos, sa Ulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Tebes, Tieng, Tupas, Onabio, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu, Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 165 or 165 members voting in affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill 1125, the Chair declares as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11254. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11254, an act prohibiting any activity related to online cockfighting or e-sabong operations and providing penalties for violation thereof. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11254. Abalo Sabante Abunda Charon, Nasidre Ako, Padyong Advincula Agaraw Alba, Albano Almario Almonte Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong Ang Angara Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay Arbison, Arena Sarugansya Asisio Atay de Aumentado, Balindong Barbara Barbers, Baronda Basco Bautista Bautista Lim, Bernos Billones Biron, Bolivia Bondok, Mogalon Bordado Bosita Briones, Rosas Buhayin, Bulit Begtang, Bustos Cabredo Kagaskayin Uy, Calderon, Calixto Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya Chan, Chato Chua, Changalaw, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Co Juanco Mark, Coledo Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagok, Delibe Dalog, Del Hirang, Daza, Desus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dima Poro Muhammad Kari, Dima Poro City Amina, Junicio Domingo David, Dohalio Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, and Verga Escudero, Espares Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnetti, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Artur, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin de Sataya Gato, Christopher Go Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Nepteri, Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseto Gico Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Aresco, Ataman Hernandez, Herrera, Orbata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Punghun, Labadabad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Kaichong, Loyola, Luis Rumayag, Makapagalaroyo, Maceda Maduro na Magsino, Malapitan, Mga Wang Manikis, Manuel Maranyon, Marcoleta Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marina Marquez Martinez, Mastura, Matibag Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisa, Nograles, Nograles, San Mario, Nolasco, Minal, Olaso, Olivares, Songchon, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduana, Paglas Palma, Panarigan, Pancho, Panotis, Pascual Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Permisia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rila, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Hirohio, Rodriguez, Yufos, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yede Marie, Romualdo Romulo, Roque Sagdalan, Secretario sa Kaluran Salceda, Sally Salimbangon, Salos, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michelangela, Suarez Taliato, Tamay, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Kate Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco Tariela, Teodoro Tieves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor, T. Umario Nabio Ongab Uy, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa Villa, Villafuerte Luis Maymon, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villar Suarez, Villarica, Villago Yamsuan, Yep Christiantel, Yep Christopherson, Yep Edvic, Yep Eric, Udivina Grace, Eugene Victoria Yulo, Zamaran Para Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11254. Abante Abunda Chanon Advincal Agrao, Almario Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong Angar Arbison Arenas Vasco Bautista, Bautista Lim, Meron Bodok Bositas, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Casio Jane, Chan, Coelizade, Copilar, Colada, Colvera, Cuba, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Timoporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavid, Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Dian Policayo, and Virgo Udela Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Elsa Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goit Christopher, Golis Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta Resco, Taman Hernandez, Oribata Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Dabadabat, Lacson, Lagun Daphne, Lazatin, D, Libanan, Loyola Luis Lumayag Maniquis, Marcoleta Marino, Martinez, Mastura Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco Amino, Nolasco Adiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual Pimentel Kimbo, Rama Reyes, Ricky Romero, Roque Sagarbaria, Sacaluran Salceda, Sally Salo Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Teodoro Chavez, Jeng Tupas, Monabia Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Vilifer de Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yudo Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 162 members voting in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, and 0 abstention, the chair declares House Bill 11254 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11359. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11359, an act providing for a comprehensive and responsive civil registration and vital statistics system. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11359. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronde, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulat, Bigtang, Bustas, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandania, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Wangko, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Wangko Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma de Gook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Mapor Mohamed Kadi, de Mapor City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo Duavit, Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero, Espares Espina, Estrella Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonia, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Casataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Boles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio, Gonzalez, Neptali, Gonzalez, Sandro, Gurseta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Jerez, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sani, Lara, Lizatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marina, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nalasco, Omenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Orjuano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicios, Agabas, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Trillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdo Zeta Marie, Romualdo, Romulo Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Daliado Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tantambut, Tanchay, Tanwatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Sutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaresa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Giselle Victoria, Yula, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11359. Abante, Abunda, Acheron, Advincola, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Basita, Bustos Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Cua, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Temaporo, Mohamed Kali, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, Dian, Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato, Goed, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Gurseta, Harris, Ataman, Hernandez, Aribata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Lebanon, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquez, Mercoleta, Marina, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado, Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Julio Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salcera, Sally, Salo, Sa Ulog, Singson, Ronald, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Michaela, Angela, Tamayo, Tan, Keith, Micah, Tan, Reynolds, Michael, Tan, Samir, Tan, Stephen James, Tan, Tambut, Tan, Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tiang, Tupas, Onabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 174 members, 174 members voting in affirmative, 0 in negative, and 0 abstention. The chair declares House Bill number 11359 as having been approved on the third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11372. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11372, an act strengthening the mechanism for land use development and infrastructure planning and budgeting for state universities and colleges, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11396, otherwise known as the SUC's Land Use Development and Infrastructure Plan Act, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11372. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charona, Sidre, Aqua, Padyong, Alvincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysar, Abison, Arena, Sargancha, Sitio, Altaide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbara Barbers, Moronda, Basco, Bautista Lim, Bernas Billones, Biron, Bodilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kayan, Uy, Calderan, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Changalao, College, Angelica, Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco, Mark, Colado, Colientes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagok, Deribe, Dalag, Deang Hirang, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Nimaporo, Mohamed Khalid, Nimaporo, City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit, Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, Enverga Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresneti, Fedibella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gardiola Garin, Zataya Gato, Go with Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Coriseta, Kiko, Ginto, Galias Gutierrez, Aresco, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrero, Rebata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Kay Chong, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel,
Mr.
Marañon,
Speaker,
Yes, Congressman Kabataan Party List Manuel.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no to the House bill and I would like to explain my vote later.
Thank you. Duly noted. Please proceed.
Marañon, Marcoleta Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez Mastura, Matibag Matugas Mendoza Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Aminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanis, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza Plata, Permisia, Sagabas, Pamarin Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yadamari, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sagdalan, Sagalbaria, Sagalurun, Salceda, Sali, Sanimbangon Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Solon, Suwon, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco Tariada, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, 2 for Erwin, 2 for Jocelyn, 2 for Ralph Wendell, 2 Pasitor, Tio Mario Navia Ungab, Uy Valeriano Valmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfonso Velasco Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Versoso Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villara Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suwan, Yep Christiantel, Yep Christopherson, Yep Edvic, Yep Eric, Udivina Grace, Eugel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 11372. Abante Abunda Charon, Advinco Agrao, Almario Alonte Alvarez Pantelio, Namante Amatong Agara, Arbison, Arenas, Basco, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron Bondok, Busita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro Jane, Chan, Coelizaldi, Copilar, Colado, Covero, Correspondesos, Defensor de los Santos, Timoporo, Mamad Khalid, Duavit, Dohari, Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udel, Farins, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Resco, Taman, Hernandez, Rebata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luisa Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta Marino, Martinez, Mastura Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Ominal Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Ramirez, Rillo, Romero, Roque, Sagrabaria, Sakalurun, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Saulug, Singson, Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tiang, Tupa, Sonabi, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudvina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 172 members voting in affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill, the Chair declares House Bill 11372 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his
Representative Manuel, please proceed, sir.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Bumoboto po ng no ang representasyon na ito dahil ang Land Use Development and Infrastructure Planning o LUDIP sa ating mga state universities and colleges o SUCs, batay sa kasaysayan ng pagpapatupad nito, ay walang naidulot na pangmatagalang kabutihan para sa ating SUCs. Lalo lamang nitong binukas ang mga pamantasan para sa malalaking negosyo na gustong pasukin at gawing komersyalisado ang iba't ibang serbisyo sa loob ng ating mga educational institutions. Sa Universidad ng Pilipinas Diliman, halimbawa, mula noong magkaroon ng LUDIP, lalong lumala lamang ang mga banta ng demolisyon sa mga komunidad na matagal nang naninirahan sa lupang kinatatayuan ng UP. Wala pang malinaw na plano sa kung saan sila makakalipat kung matuloy ang demolisyon ng kanilang mga tahanan. Dagdag pa rito, Mr. Speaker, pinalakas ng LUDIP ang loob ng mga administrasyon ng pamantasan na patuloy na magpapasok ng malalaking negosyo sa pamamagitan ng mga mall na pinatayo sa lupain ng UP habang pinapalayas ang mga maliliit na manininda na matagal ng bahagi ng kanilang komunidad. Dahil sa mga nabanggit, hindi po strengthening ang kailangan natin sa LUDIP, kundi tuluyang pagpapalit sa pulisiyang ito. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat, Congressman Manuel. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11375. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11375, an act promoting investments in low-carbon economy, establishing for this purpose a carbon emission pricing framework and implementation mechanism to achieve low-carbon and climate-resilient economic development. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11375. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentada, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Beronde, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Bigtang, Bustos, Cabrero, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Juanco Mark, Colara, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Hua, Quaresma, de Gook, de Lipe, Dalog, de Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Mapor, Mohamed Kali, de Mapor City, Emina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer Antonio, Fer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentepella, Galeas, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gordiola Garin, Casataya, Gato Goet, Christopher Gomar, Coles, Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Naphtali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Jerezco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Konghun, Labat-Labat, Lacson, Lacsonawa, Lagon, Daphne, Lagonsani, Lara, Lezitin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Congressman Manuel.
Mr. Speaker, this is another bill where I have to vote no as a youth representative, and I'd like to explain my vote later.
Duly noted, Congressman Manuel. Please proceed, Secretary General.
Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano, Dizon, Padiernas, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plata, Primicia, Sagabas, Pomarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Eda Marie, Romualdo, Romualdo Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangan, Salo Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela Suarez, Talyado Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Chanco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11375. Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascul, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Coalizaldi, Copilar, Colata, Corvera, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Emapor, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustina, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Haribata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Lebanon, Loyola, Luis Lumaig, Maniquez, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas. Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Oaminal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rillo, Romero, Roque, sa Garbaria, sa Calduran, Salcera, Sally, Salo, sa Ulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Unabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu, Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 172 members voting in affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstention, the chair declares House Bill 11375 as having been approved in the third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
Kabataan Party List, Congressman Manuel, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This youth representation votes no to House Bill 11375, which aims to implement a carbon emission pricing framework to supposedly achieve low carbon economic development. Boboto tayo ng no dahil naniniwala tayo na hindi lamang ang pag-disincentivize ang kailangan para makamit ang low carbon economy, kundi mas maigpit na regulasyon. Environmental groups na ang nagsasabi na hindi carbon emission pricing ang kailangan natin. Dahil isa lang itong sistema na kumbaga ay name your price para sa mga malalaking negosyo na napakataas na ng carbon emissions. Imbes na ma-disincentivize ang mga negosyong ito, natutukoy lang nila kung magkano ang kailangan ibayad para makakuha ng all-access pass sa pagpapatuloy ng carbon emissions nila na mapaminsala sa kalikasan. Panghuli, para matugunan ang krisis sa klima na kinakaharap natin ngayon, hindi carbon emission pricing ang kailangan natin, kundi ang just transition patungong renewable energy. Yan lamang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Manuel, Kabataan Party List. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11376. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 11376, an act providing for a 200 pesos daily wage increase for minimum wage workers in the private sector. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11376. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbers, Baronda, Basco, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolivia, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Duly noted, Congressman Brosas of Gabriela Party List. Please proceed, Secretary General.
Buhain, Bullet Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Carey, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan.
Mr.
Shouted-
Speaker.
Yes, Akbayan, Honorable Congressman Percy Sendanya.
My vote is a heartfelt yes, and I'd like to explain my vote later.
Duly noted, Akbayan Party List, Congressman Percy Sindanya. Secretary General, please proceed.
Chan, Chato, Chua, Changalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mar, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada Colianes Corvera, Cruz Amborosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba Quaresma Dagok, Delipe Dalog, De Yang Hirang Daza de Jesus, De Venecia Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Junicia Domingo, David Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi Fendebel Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gardio de Garinga Sataya Gato, Goet, Christopher Gomark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Soler, Gonzalez Neptari, Gonzalez Sandro, Garcia Tagico Ginto, Golis Nutierrez, Jerez, Cotaman, Hernandez, Herrera, Orbata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Co Munya, Badabad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanil, Kaichong, Loyola, Luis, Lumayk, Makapagalaroyo, Maceda, Madura, na Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Tibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo Morden, Navanisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Wamina, Dolaso, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panalian, Pancho, Panodes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza Plato, Permisia, Sagabas, Pamarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehen, Sharimulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes.
Speaker, my vote is yes. I would like to explain my vote.
Yes, from the gentleman from Cavite, Congressman Revilla. Duly noted, sir. Please proceed, Secretary General and author.
Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Soloyo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Eda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque Sacdalan, Secretaria Sacalor Salceda, Salis Rimango, Salo Santos, Saulog Silverio, Singson Michelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Salon Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez Taliado, Tamay, Tan Bunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tamut, Tan Chay, Tan Wadug Terrielia, Teodoro Tieves, Tiangco Tiang, Tolentino, Tufo Irwin, Tufo Jocelyn, Tufo Ralph Wendell, Tufo Chitorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yam Suwan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Eudwina Grace, Gisela Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Para Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of House Bill Number 11376. Abante Abunda Charana Vincol Agalaw Almario Alonte Alvarez Santalion, Amante Amatong Angara Arbison Arenas, Baskuk Bautista Bautista Biron Bondok, Bosita Bustos Cabredo Cardema Castro Jane, Chan Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Colado Covera Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Duavit, Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga Yudela Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goet, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga Gonzalez, Sandro, Garcia Tares, Cotaman Hernandez, Oribata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labadaba Daxon, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marino Martinez, Masuro Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Alminal, Dolaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roques, Garbarias, Cadoran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Sauluk, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tanbut, Tan Chay, Teodoro Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Bonabia, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villaferde, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villalago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudvina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo, Maria.
Mr. Speaker, may I know how my vote was recorded?
They're still counting, Congressman, and we will update you right away. Congressman Manuel of Kabataan Party List. Secretary General. Maghintay ka. Sobrang excited. It's a yes, Congressman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to explain my vote later.
Duly noted, Congressman Manuel. Secretary General. Very historic. With 171 members, 171 members voting in affirmative, 1 in negative, and 0 abstention, that the chair declares House Bill number 11376, an act providing for 200 pesos daily wage increase for the minimum wage workers in the private sector, as having been approved on third reading. Maraming salamat po. Daghang salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge Representative Erlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to explain her vote.
Gabriela Party List, Arlene Rosas, you may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation votes yes with reservation to House Bill number 11376, which adds 200 pesos to the daily minimum wage of private sector workers. Matagal nang ipinaglalaban ng Gabriela Women's Party kasama ang iba't ibang unyon at organisasyon ng mga manggagawa ang batas na magtataas ng minimum wage ng mga manggagawang Pilipino. Sa ilalim ng 19th Congress, naghain noong 2022 ang representasyon na ito ng panukalang batas sa ilalim ng House Bill number 7568 ng 750 pesos across the board wage increase para abutin ang 1,200 pesos na nakabubuhay na sahod. Sinusulong ng Gabriela Women's Party ang 750 pesos na dagdag sahod base sa family living wage, which is defined by the National Wages and Productivity Commission as the amount of family income needed to provide for the family's food and non-food expenditures with sufficient allowance for savings, investments for Social Security so as to enable the family to live and maintain a decente at standard of human existence beyond mere subsistence level, taking into account all of the family's physiological, social, and other needs. Base sa datos ng Ibon Foundation, ang kinakailang family living wage ng pamilya sa may limang miyembro as of March 2025 ay 1,225 pesos, habang ang average wage sa Pilipinas ay 470 pesos lamang. This means the current average wage in the country is glaringly insufficient for families to sustain and afford adequate food, shelter, and other basic necessities while still being able to have savings. Kailangan ng bawat Pilipino ang sahod na hindi lang nakakatustos sa pang-araw-araw nilang pangangailangan, kundi sahod na makapag-aangat ng kalidad ng kanilang pamumuhay. It has been 36 years since the last legislated minimum wage was approved. Now is the time to finally break the long years of legislative inaction. Panahon na para tuldukan ang 36 taon na pagkakait ng legislated wage increase sa mga manggagawa. Bagamat kapos ang 200 pesos na aumento para abutin ang nakabubuhay na sahod, signifikanteng hakbang na ang pagpasa nito para iusad ang usapin ng sahod sa bulwagang ito. Kailangang ituloy-tuloy ang pagpasa dito hanggang pirmahan ito ng Pangulo. Kasama ang mga manggagawa, magbabantay ng mahigpit ang Gabriela Women's Party. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Congressperson Arlene Rosas of Gabriela Party List and author of the said bill. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge Representative Percival Sardania of Akbayan Party List to explain his vote.
Akbayan Party List Percival Sardania, you have the floor, sir. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Bilang kinatawan ng Akbayan Party List, nais ko ipahayag ang buong pusong pagsuporta sa panukalang 200 peso minimum wage increase. Ang botong yes ay salbabida para sa manggagawang nalulunod sa taas ng presyo ng bilihin, taas ng presyo ng petrolyo, taas ng presyo ng tubig, at taas ng presyo ng kuryente. Ang botong yes ay isang malaking good job para sa tiyaga at sakripisyo ng ating workforce. Dahil sila ang naging susi sa 5.4 GDP growth ng ating bansa noong 2024. Ang botong yes ay isang mahalagang unang hakbang sa halos 40 taong pakikibaka ng mga unionista at manggagawang Pilipino para sa livable wage. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, ang botong yes to the 200 peso minimum wage increase ay para sa bawat manggagawang Pilipino at kanilang mga pamilya na nagsisikap, nangangarap, at umaasang makatikim ng konting ginhawa. Mabuhay ang uring manggagawa. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Mabuhay ka, Akbayan Party List, Indanya. Maraming salamat. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
Kabataan Party List, Ramon or Raul Manuel. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bumoboto ng yes, bagamat may ilang reservations dun sa House Bill 11376 na sa kabutihang palad ay magsasabatas ng 200 pesos na minimum wage increase across the board para sa mga manggagawa sa ating bansa. Yes, dahil panahon na para sa dagdag sahod na matagal ng panawagan ng ating mga manggagawa, lalo na ng mga kabataang manggagawa na kadalasan ay minamaliit at nasasatabi, kaya dapat lang daw na mababa ang kanilang sahod. Habang umaaray ang mga manggagawa sa pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin na nanatiling barat ang pasweldo sa kanila. Kaya ang pagsasabatas ng wage increase na ito, the first in 36 years, if I may emphasize, ay hakbang pasulong sa laban ng ating mga manggagawa para sa nakabubuhay na sahod. Subalit may reservations ang ating boto dahil nanghihinayang pa rin ang kabataan sa labis na kakulangan ng dagdag sahod na ito. Ayon sa think tank na Ibon Foundation, ang average family living wage o sahod na kinakailangan para bumuhay ng isang pamilya ay nasa 1,225 pesos na as of March 2025. Kumpara sa minimum wage ng National Capital Region na 645 pesos, halos doble pa ang kailangan ng mga manggagawa. Paano pa kaya sa ibang rehiyon na umaabot lamang ng 361 pesos o 395 pesos ang minimum wage? Hindi naman gaanong nagkakaiba ang cost of living sa buong bansa. In fact, raising wages to a unified national rate that's enough for basic decent living is a component of spurring development across regions. To end, Mr. Speaker, we call on our fellow members of the House to continue supporting this 200 peso wage increase until it is enacted into law. Ngunit lagpas pa rito, ang panata ng kabataan ay patuloy nating ipaglalaban ang tunay na nakabubuhay na sahod sa buong bansa. Sulong tayo tungo sa 1,200 national minimum wage across the board. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Kabataan Party List Raul Manuel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Jolo Revilla of the 1st District of Cavite to explain his vote.
Gentleman from the 1st District of Cavite and author, Congressman Ramon Jolo Revilla. You're recognized, sir.
Mr. Speaker, nagpapasalamat po muna tayo kay Speaker Martin Romualdez at sa ating mga kasamahan sa mababang kapulungan ng Kongreso sa pagpasa ng panukalang batas na magpapataas ng sahod sa ating mga minimum wage workers. Napakalaking tagumpay nito sa ating mga manggagawa sapagkat malaking tulong ito sa kanilang pang-araw-araw na gastusin at sa pagpapataas ng antas ng kanilang pamumuhay. Noon pa man, ay isinulong po natin ang pagtaas ng sweldo at nadama ito ng ating mga kababayang Caviteño at ng Calabarzon Region. Katuwang ang Regional Tripartite Wages and Productivity Board, Dole Region 4A, sa pamamagitan ng wage forums na nilahukan ng mga manggagawa mula sa pribadong sektor, 6 na beses nating naitaas ang sahod ng mga manggagawa sa rehiyon mula noong ako'y vice-gobernador hanggang sa maupo sa aking unang termino bilang kinatawan ng unang distrito ng lalawigan ng Cavite. Ang Calabarzon ay isa sa may mga malalaking nakaambag sa ating GDP. Kaya noong napagtagumpayan ang wage hike sa rehiyong Region 4A, ikinatuwa po ito ng maraming manggagawa. Kaisa ako ng mga manggagawang Pilipino Ramdam ko ang kanilang hinaing sa aming distrito na kung saan ay may malawak na bilang ng mga nagtatrabaho sa mga pabrika at malalaking kumpanya. Karamihan sa kanila ay isang kahig, isang tuka. Pilit na pinagkakasya ang kanilang arawang sahod, ngunit sa pagkain at pamasahe pa lamang ay ubos na. Kaya naman, talagang nagagalak po ako at isang karangalan para sa akin na naisulong natin ang taas sweldo na matatamasa naman ngayon ng lahat ng Pilipinong minimum wage earners. Ang patuloy at hindi mapigilang pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin ay isa lamang sa mga rason kung bakit ito'y napapatahon. The last legislated wage hike was enacted more than 3 decades. And thus, the implementation of this measure will be a legacy for us, members of the 19th Congress. Headed by our Speaker, Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, the Speaker of the People, ito po ay umpisa pa lamang ng pagkamit at pagtupad ng matagal na nating pangarap para maitaas ang antas ng pamumuhay ng ating mga kababayan. Sisiguraduhin nating patuloy na matutugunan ang bawat karapatan, pangangailangan at kaginhawaan ng manggagawang Pilipino. Maraming salamat at tuloy ang laban para sa ating mga manggagawa.
Maraming salamat, First District Congressman and author Ramon Jolo Revilla. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Judas Sidre of Tingog Party List to explain his vote.
Congressperson Jude A. Isidre of Tingog Party List. You may proceed, Congressman.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, Tingog Party List voted yes to House Bill 11376 because our minimum wage earners deserve better. Prices keep going up, food, rent, gasoline, even basic school supplies, but wages barely move. That is not fair. Families are working harder just to survive, not to live better. This 200 wage increase is not just about numbers. It's about dignity. It's about giving our workers a little more breathing room. It's making sure that if you work hard, you should be able to feed your family, send your kids to school, and live a decent life. Some say it will hurt businesses. But I believe when we take care of our workers, we're actually helping businesses in the long run. More income means more spending. More spending means more economic activity. So yes, I voted yes because no one working full-time should still be going hungry. It's time that we give our workers what they rightly deserve. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Tingog Party List, Congressman Jude Isidre. Majority Leader.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize D.S. Mendoza to explain his vote.
The Honorable Mendoza is recognized.
Iti ng tagumpay. Thank you, Akbayan Party List. Percy, Danya, and of course, my colleagues. This time, the manggagawang Pilipino, panalo. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, mga kababayan, maayong hapon kanyang tanan. I first acknowledge members of the UCP informal sector at the gallery. Maayong magandang hapon sa likod ko. Para sa inyo. Mr. Speaker, today, the House of Representatives proved that it is truly the house of the people. TUCP founder Kakito, Attorney Democrito Mendoza, in his book, wrote, and he said in that book, that TUCP once more again thrust into the limelight during the 1989 campaign for higher minimum wage, leading the charge in successfully pushing Congress to pass 25 pesos wage hike at that time. Now, 36 years later, we carry on the struggle and make history once more by passing House Bill 11376, providing for a 200 peso daily minimum wage increase, authored by, of course, TUCP and my colleagues, the first ever legislated wage hike in nearly 4 decades, lifting over 5 million minimum wage earners out of poverty and giving them a fighting chance at a life of dignity and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, for 16 long years, I have stood in these hallowed halls, fighting as a labor leader and a lawmaker who carried with me hopes of every struggling worker. There were even times when I felt frustrated, a voice in the wilderness, but we kept the faith. Under the leadership of House Speaker Ferdinand Martin Gomez Romualdez, who stood with us in this long, hard struggle and accomplished what no other speaker in the past 36 years has dared to do. We are righting the historic wrong of barya-barya from broken regional wage boards. So how do you expect our kababayans to survive? In Metro Manila, 645 pesos. In Cebu, 501 pesos. In Cotabato, my home province, 430 pesos. Or heartbreaking as it is, in Bangsamoro, a mere 361 pesos. Dear colleagues, our approval of the 200 pesos wage increase comes at the critical time. Again, Kakito, my father, strongly believed that if you have people behind your campaign, believe me, the fight is already won. In the latest May 2025 Social Weather SWS survey shows that 95% of our people believe that the House of Representatives should prioritize increasing minimum wages, improving workers' purchasing power. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, everyone wins in this 200 wage hike. Not only in our minimum wage earners, but our vendors, drivers, countless workers in a larger informal economy. We will also feel the positive impact of wage hike when the minimum wage earners finally have higher take-home pay. They spend it in their local stores, public transportations, markets. Higher wages fuel more spending, strengthen businesses, and create more and better jobs. In the last wage hike, so they say in 1989, there were once implemented way back in 1989, there were no inflation, no unemployment, and no closure of business. Mr. Speaker, and esteemed colleagues, we can only build a bagong Pilipinas if no one, especially us workers, is left behind. Together, let us make history and secure this victory for every Filipino worker and their families, not only as the house of the people, but as the house of the workers. Daghang salamat, especially to my colleagues in the House. Salamat kaayo, Representative Cavite, Jolo Revilla, the author, the Makabayan Blocks, Representative Gabriela, Congressperson Arlene Brosas, ma'am, salamat kayo. ACT teachers, Franz Castro, Raul Manuel of the Kabataan Party List, Buhay ka. Akbayan Representative Percival Tendanya, you made it. Nasali tayo dito. Kasama ka. And of course, my wiser counterpart from labor to the management who created wisdom in several of our House Committee hearings. Baguio Congressman Mark Go. To our counterparts in the Senate, led by then Senate President Zubiri, Miggs, Senator Bong Revilla, as well as my brothers and sisters in the National Wage Coalition composed of the PMP, KMU, Nagkaisa, and TUCP. And most especially, mas importante, ang Tingog Party List, walang iba, Jude Asidre. Special mention. Pero lahat kayo, we did it. Sa inyong suporta para sa ipanalo ang manggagawang Pilipino. Dagang salamat, mabuhay ang manggagawang Pilipino. Salamat! Salamat, Speaker! Salamat, Kongreso!
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Mendoza, and congratulations, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would like to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Matong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atay de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baron de Bascud, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Biliones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Process, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cadi, Castro, France, Castro, James, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Kuwangko, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Kuwangko, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Kuwa, Quaresma, de Gook, Delipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Khalid, de Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Dohali, Duterte, Difo, Sino, Ino, Difo, Sino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emana, Enverga, Escudero, Esparis, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeas, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Gordiola, Green, Casataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelia, Gonzalez, Napoli, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Heresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Kung Hun, Kalabad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagonsani, Lara, Lezatin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Limkay-Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Masada, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Batugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Parotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicios, Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjola, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangan, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamaya, Tambuting, Tan, Joseph, Tan, Keith, Micah, Tan, Reynolds, Michael, Tan, Samir, Tan, Stephen James, Tan, Tambu, Tan, Chay, Tan, Watko, Taradiela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarazas Juarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11393. Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Advincola, Agarao, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascul, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Busita, Bustas, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro Jane, Chan, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Cuaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Timaporo, Mohamed Cali, Duavit, Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Gato, Ed Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labat-Labat, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazitin Lee, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Maniquez, Mercoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado, Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salo, Saulog, Singson Ronald, Sing Horacio, Sunsing Michaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Chay, Teodora Teves, Tiang Tupas, Unabia, Velasco, Vergara, Berzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 173 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill number 11393 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11394. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11394 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11394, an act mainstreaming the use of bamboo as a sustainable material for the built environment. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11394. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Ako, Padyong, Advincola, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amutong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Erbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atay de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Maronda, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Bilyones, Biron, Bolina, Bondong, Mungalon, Bordado, Borsita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan, Uy, Calderon, Calixto Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shangalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juan Co Jaime, Eduardo Marco, Juan Co Mark, Colado Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Coa Coresmo Dagok, Delibe Dalog, De Yang Hirang Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Ni Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Ni Maporo Siti Amina, Dionisio Domingo, David Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Esparis Espina, Estrella Yudela, Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Torres Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi, Fendebele Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gardiola Garin, Desataya Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Coriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Harris, Cotaman, Hernandez, Herrera, Rebate, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Conghon, Labadabad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luisa, Lumayang, Macapag-Arroyo, Maceda, Madrano, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisa, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Minal, Olaso, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Ortego, Andison, Padierna, Paduano, Paglas Palma, Panaligan Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel, Plaza Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes Rilio, Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Eloy, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sagdana sa Garbario, sa Calurón, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Solon Suwon, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez Taliado, Tamayo, Tamuting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambutan Chay, Tan Watit Cariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco Tiang, Tolentino Tulfo, Erwin Tulfo, Jocelyn Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas Authority, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Palmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso Velasco, Veloso, Tucazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suwan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudivina Grace, Yu Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11394. Abandi Abunda Choron Advinco Agrao, Almario Alonte, Alvarez Montelion, Amante Amatong Garario Sonarenas, Basco Bautista Bautista Lim, Biron Bondok, Bosita Busos, Cabredo, Cardema Castro, Jane Chan, Co El Saldi, Copilar, Colada, Covero, Coresma Desus, Defensor de los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kadi, Duavit, Duhari, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Envergo Yudela Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jean, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goed Christopher, Goles Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro, Garcia Taresco, Taman Hernandez, Oribata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Dagon Daphne, Lazating Lee, Loyola Ruiz, Lumayag, Maniquis, Marcoleta, Marina Martinez, Masuro Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco Minol, Olaso Padiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama Reyes, Rilio Romero, Roque Garbaria, Sacaloron Salceda, Salisalo, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Teodoro Teves, Tiang Tupa, Sanapia Velasco, Vergara Versosa, Villaferde Luis Raymond, Villanueva Villar, Villago, Yep Edvic, Yep Eric, Yudvina Grace, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 176 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention. House Bill Number 11394 11374 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11395. For this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11395 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 11395, an act institutionalizing the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations program of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, providing penalties for the violation of certain unlawful acts and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill Number 11395. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentada, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baron de Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Basita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bullet, Bigtang,
Speaker,
Bustos.
Yes, Honorable Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes with reservation, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Noted. Please continue.
Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Pilar, Co, Wangco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Co, Wangco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, De Gooc, Delipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Maporo, Mohamed Kali, De Maporo City, Amina, Junicio Domingo, Duavit, Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano Enverga, Escudero, Espadas, Espina, Estrella Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeas, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Gardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher Gomar, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neftali, Gonzalez Sandro, Garceta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conghun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim, Kay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Masada, Madrona, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel,
Mr.
Marañon.
Speaker,
Yes, Mr. Honorable Manuel.
I vote yes to the bill, but I have reservations that I would like to explain later. Thank you.
Noted. Please continue.
Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Owamanal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizan, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Moncholo, Reyes, Trillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdo, Teda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salcera, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, sa Ulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tanchay, Tanwatko, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo, Irvin, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaresa, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U, Divina Grace, U, J. Sal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11395, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Bosita, Busas, Cabrera, Cardema, Castro, Jane Chan, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Colada, Corvera, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Timopor, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Difosino, Michael Carlos, Dian Paul, Ecleo, Enverga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato, Goet, Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Garceta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labat, Labat, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Loyola, Luis Romaniquez, Marcoleta, Marina, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado, Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Trillo, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salcera, Sali, Salo, Saulog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupas, Unabria, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U, Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 176 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 11395 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to explain her vote.
Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized. have
Thank
3
you,
minutes,
Mr.
please.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation votes yes with reservation to the proposed measure that institutionalizes the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations, or IEX program. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that it is the mandate of the state to provide adequate assistance, social services, projects, and programs geared towards alleviating poverty and improving the quality of life of Filipinos, especially the most disadvantaged and marginalized sectors of our country. Hindi natin mapagkakailang marami sa ating mga kababayan ang ramdam na ramdam ang krisis sa ating lipunan. Nananatiling laganap ang kahirapan at kagutuman sa bansa at kamakailan lamang ay nakapagtala ang SWS ng 63% self-rated poverty o mga Pilipinong itinuturing ang kanilang sarili bilang mahirap. Pinakamataas ito sa nagdaang 21 taon. Dumoble rin ang involuntary hunger sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang administrasyon mula 2.9 milyong pamilyang Pilipino noong June 2022 patungong 7.5 milyong pamilyang Pilipino ngayong Marso 2025. maging ang napakamahal na singil sa mga ospital ay iniinda ng nakararaming Pilipino na malimit na humahantong sa pagkabaon sa utang at tuluyang pagsasantabi sa kanilang kalusugan. Marami sa karaniwang mamamayan ang hindi na makaulit at makaapak sa mga pagamutan dahil natatakot at nakalululang bayarin matapos magpatingin at magpagamot. Ilan lamang ito sa mga itinuturing na persons in crisis situations ng panukalang batas na maaaring makaramdam ng pansamantalang alwan mula sa mga ayuda at iba't ibang forma ng direct assistance na binibigay ng gobyerno. At sa harap ng hindi maampat-ampat na presyo ng mga bilihin at bayarin, mataas na inflation rate, privatisasyon ng mga serbisyo at utilidad gaya ng tubig, kuryente, langis at transportasyon, kabi-kabilang singil sa mamamayan sa forma ng buwis at kontribusyon na kinakaltas sa barya-barya nilang sahod. Malawak ang kawalan ng trabaho at kabuhayan para sa mga Pilipino, the need for an immediate economic relief will always be there. Subalit, Mr. Speaker, this representation is concerned with the actual implementation and facilitation of this program. Hindi natin kinakwestiyon ang pangangailangan ng mga mamamayan para sa agarang tulong at kung bakit patuloy ang pag-asa nila rito. Rather, we are particularly worried about those who are in the position to provide assistance but takes it as an opportunity to forward their personal and political interests. Iyong mga nasa katungkulan na pinupolitika at binabahira ng kulay ang mga ayuda. We've seen in recent years significant changes in our political landscape, mga payout na mayroong naglalakihang muka ng mga politiko at kandidato, pagbibigay ng tulong na hindi na nakabatay sa pangangailangan at pagiging vulnerable sa krisis kundi sa koneksyon sa mismong mga politiko, sa kulay na sinusuportahan at naging mas matingkad dito sa panahon ng halalan at nalaganap ang indirect vote buying sa bihis ng iba't ibang financial at material assistance sa mga tumatakbong kandidato. Mr. Speaker, all of this perpetuate a culture of political patronage and mendicancy, kung saan pinalalaganap ang pag-asa ng mamamayan sa mga politiko para sa mga batayang serbisyo at ipinangangalandakang nagmumula sa kanilang mga tulong at proyekto ng pamahalaan, gayong galing naman mismo ito sa pera ng taong bayan. Huwag sana nating samantalahin ang pangangailangan at vulnerableng kalagayan ng mamamayan para pagsilbihan ng ating pansarili at political na interes. As legislators and as public servants, let us be true to our mandate to put forward measures that will alleviate poverty and address the deepening inequality in our country towards genuinely raising the quality of life of Filipinos. In the end, we look forward to the day when our fellow countrymen will no longer find the need to rely on immediate and temporary assistance. And this is only possible when we prioritize making social services free and accessible, making job opportunities available and secure, and making wages livable. Such will only happen when we start addressing the roots of widespread and systemic inequality in our country. Muli, Mr. Speaker, yes, with reservation ang boto ng representasyong ito sa panukalang batas na ito. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brosas. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
The Honorable Manuel is recognized. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation votes yes with reservations to House Bill number 11395, which aims to institutionalize the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations or AICS program. Naniniwala tayo, Mr. Speaker, na tunay ngang kinakailangan ang pagpapaabot ng tulong sa mga kababayan nating nasa kalagayan ng matinding paghihirap. Anumang alwan na maaari nilang ialay o maaari nating ialay bilang mga public officials sa ating mga kababayan ay bagay na gusto ng mga kabataan at ng kanilang mga pamilya. Subalit, gaya na nakita natin sa mga nagdaang panahon, lalo na kapag papalapit na ang eleksyon, lumaganap ang tinatawag nating ayuda politics o ang pagpapanatili sa isang sistema kung saan kinakailangan pang dumaan sa mga politiko ang ayuda at pinapamahagi lamang para makuha ang utang na loob ng mga benepisyaryo. This becomes an unending cycle rooted in the dependency of the disenfranchised and the parasitism of the powerful. At nais na pong matigil ito ng mga kabataan. We want to end this cycle. Marapat lamang na kung ma-institutionalize ang AICS bilang programa ng gobyerno, ay ma-institutionalize din ang safeguards laban sa pag-abuso rito. Kaya bagamat tayo ay sumasang-ayon sa pangangailangan para sa ayuda programs, ay meron tayong nananatiling mga reservations based on the House bill that we have. That is all, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11400. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11400 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11400, an act expanding the coverage of the senior citizens' privileges and benefits, further amending Republic Act number 7432 as amended, entitled an act to maximize the contribution of senior citizens to nation building, grant benefits and special privileges, and for other purposes. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11400. Abalos, Sabante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sargancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Biliones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Mugalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Carrie, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sindanya, Chan, Chato, Cho, Chungalao, Congelica, Natasha, Colezaldi, Copilar, Cowanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cowanco, Mark, Colado, Colianos, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Corres, Madagog, Delipe, Dalog, Deyang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Maporo, Muhammad Kadid, Di Maporo, City Amina, Dionisio Domingo, David Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Ina, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferran Antonio, Ferrer, Julius Marie, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnete, Fuentebelle, De Leos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dani, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gazataya Gato, Goet Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neftali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta Gico, Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Aresco, Ataman, Hernandez Herrera, Orbata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Co Hun, Dabadaba Dakson, Nakson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin Lee, Ligardo Libanam, Nikay Chong, Leolo, Luis Ramayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda Madrona, Magsino, Walapitan, Mangawang Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Aminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchon, Ordanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remodia, Revilla, Brian, Rivera, Monjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohoya, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Ede Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Gonzalo Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson, Richelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swaring Sing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamay, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo, Irwin, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph, Wendell, Tupas, Yutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ongab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuasan, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaras, Asuales, Villarica, Villaga, Yam Suwan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudvina Grace, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11400. Abante, Abunda, Charon, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Basco, Bautista, Lin, Meron, Bondok, Bosita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Coel, Rizalde, Copilar, Colado, Colvera, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor, De Los Santos, Di Maporo, Muhammad Kadid, David, Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Di Cleo, Enverga, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Mira Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato, Goet Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Haresco, Taman, Hernandez, Oribata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad, Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin Lee, Loyola Luis, Romanikis, Marcoleta Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado, Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Aminal, Olaso, Pardianos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Sagabaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salo, Salog, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael, Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambot, Tan Chai, Teodoro, Teves, Tieng, Tupa, Sanabia, Velasco, Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudivina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 177 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 11400 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 11402. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11402 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11402, an act strengthening the competitiveness of the Philippine motor vehicle manufacturing industry. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11402. Abalos, Abante, Abunda at Sharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baron de Bascul, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulot, Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sandanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma de Gooc, de Lipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, de los Santos, de Maporo, Mohamed Kali, de Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Fosino Ino, Di Fosino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emana, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer, Antonio, Fer, Juliet, Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnendi, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Gordiola, Garin, Casataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomar, Coles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio, Gonzalez, Napoli, Gonzalez, Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulles, Gutierrez, Jerez, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conghun, Labad, Lacson, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sani, Lara, Lizitin, Lee, Legarda, Libanon, Lim, Kay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumaig, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrano, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta.
Yes, Honorable Manuel.
I vote no to the bill at nais kong ipaliwanag ang aking boto mamaya. Salamat.
Noted. Please continue.
Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Lohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Morden, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mian, Solon, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Aliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Choy, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo, Erwin, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villareza, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap, Christian Tel, Yap, Christopherson, Yap, Edvic, Yap, Eric, U, Divina Grace, U, Giselle, Victoria, Yula, Zamora, Ampara Maria, Zamora, Maria Carmen, Zamora, Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11402, Abante, Abunda, Acheron, Advincula, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bondok, Busita, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Castro, Jane, Chan, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Dimapor, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Fosino, Michael Carlos, D. and Paul Ecleo, Enverga, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Garceta, Jerez, Hataman, Hernandez, Coribata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Loyola, Luis Dominiquez, Marcoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salo, Saulog, Singson, Ronald, Swansing, Horatius, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves, Tiang, Tupas, Onabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric Yu, Divina Grace, Julo, Zamora, Ampa, Romaria.
With 173 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 11402 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
The Honorable Raul Manuel, please.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. No ang boto ng representasyong ito ng mga kabataan sa House Bill number 11402 dahil nakikita natin ang panganib sa likod ng mistulang magandang layunin ng batas na ito. Bagamat may bahagi ng batas na nagsasabing pulisiya ng Estado ang paghihikayat sa lokal na produksyon ng mga sasakyan, mas nakapanguna ang pagbibigay ng incentives sa mga dayuhang korporasyon para di umano ma-jumpstart ang lokal na produksyon natin. Alam na natin ang mangyayari kapag ganito ang sistema. Papasok ang mga dayuhang korporasyon para mamuhunan sa ating bansa, pero pipiyesa lang ang lilikhain sa ating mga pabrika. Hindi tunay na binibigyang kapasidad ang ating lokal na producer ng sasakyan, kundi pinapanatili ang murang pagpapagawa ng mga bahagi ng ating mga sasakyan. Tapos tayo ay pwedeng mag-export ng mga bahagi nito, bubuuin ang mga sasakyan sa ibang bansa at saka ilalagang ang buong produkto pabalik sa atin. Pwede rin na kunwari ay nagmumukhang tayo ay nagpo-produce ng mga sasakyan pero ang darating sa atin ay tipong i-assemble na lang at galing sa atin yung final product pero hindi natin masasabi na ito talaga ay gawa ng Filipino industries. Kung gusto talaga ng ating pamahalaan na masuportahan ang lokal na produksyon ng mga sasakyan, hindi ito dapat nakadepende sa pamumuhunan primarily ng mga dayuhang korporasyon, kundi direktang susuportahan ng ating lokal na pamahalaan at dapat ay merong matibay na mga pamamaraan para sa ating local vehicle producers. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Session suspended.
matibay na mga pamamaraan para sa ating local vehicle producers. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11429. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11429 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11429, an act establishing a national program for the Malunggay industry and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11429. Abalos, Sabante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Magsay, Arbison, Arena, Sarugansya, Asisio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbar, Barbers, Brown, Basco, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Billones, Veron, Bolivia, Bondok, Magalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kain, Uy, Calderon, Calixto Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Carrie, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chuochong, Galao, Angelica, Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Copilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo, Marco, Juanco, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Juarez, Matagog, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo, City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavi, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di In Paul, Ecleo Emano and Vargas Escuderos, Paris Espina, Estrella Udelo, Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnete, Fedebella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Arturo, Garcia Mirangelo, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gisataya Gato, Goit, Christopher Gomart, Golis Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptari, Gonzales Sandro, Guriseta Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Guterres, Oresco, Ataman Hernandez, Herrera, Horbata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Co Hun, Labad Labad, Lakson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin Lee, Ligarda Biliwanan, Incaicho Loyola, Luis Lumag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marina Marquez, Martinez, Masura, Matibag Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo Morde, Navanisa, Nograles, Almario. Nolasco, Amina, Lolaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Parderos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancha, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Bermisia, Sagabas, Pamarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Rimulya, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jola, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Romano, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Eddie Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagdan, Sagabre, Sacalor, Cela, Sali, Salimang, Gonzalo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Swan, Sansing Horacio, Sansing Michelangelo, Suarez, Taledo, Tamayo, Tamuting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tamut, Tan Chay, Tan Watko Cariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupac Sitor, Tio Mario Navia Ungam, Uy Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villar, Sasuales, Valerica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yep Christiantel, Yep Christopherson, Yep Edvic, Yep Eric, Yudvina Grace, Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11429. Abante Abunda at Sharon Advincola Agaraw Almario Alonte Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matong Angara Arbison Arenas Basco Bautista Bautista Limbiron Bondok Busito Bustos Cabredo, Cardema Castro Jane Chan Co Elizalde Copilar, Colado Covero Quaresma de Jesus Defensor de los Santos, Nimoporo Muhammad Kadi Duavit Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul Icleo, and Verga Yudela Farinas Frasco, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Gato Goid, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga Gonzalez, Sandro Goriceta Harris Gotaman, Hernandez Oribata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Labad Lacson, Lagon Daphne, Lazatin Lee, Loyola, Luis Romaniquis, Marcoleta, Marina Martinez, Mastura Matugas, Mercado Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Salmario, Nolasco, Amina, Lolaso, Padiernos, Paglas Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama Reyes, Rilio, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaré, Sacalron, Salceda, Salisalo, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michelangela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Teodoro Teves, Tiang Tupa, Sonabia, Velasco Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Villago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudvina Grace, Yulo Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 177 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill Number 11429 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill 11430. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11430 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 11430, an act institutionalizing a mechanism for the declaration of a state of imminent disaster, providing the criteria for its declaration and lifting, enabling anticipatory measures, and providing funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 11430. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincola, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atay de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Peron de Bascug, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Bernas, Baliones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chongalaw, Co, Angelica, Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Pilar, Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colado Colliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio Cruz Ricardo, Coa Corres, Madagok, Delipe Dalog de Hirang Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos de Mapor Mohamed Kali de Mapor City Amina, Dinicio Domingo Duavid Dohali Duterte, Di Fosino Ino, Di Fosino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul Ecleo, Emano Enverga, Escudero, Esparis, Espina, Estrella Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer, Antonio, Fer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Presidente Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Gordiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goid, Christopher Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Aurelio, Gonzalez, Neptali, Gonzalez, Sandro, Garceta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Jerez, Coataman, Hernandez, Herrero, Haribata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Co, Hun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lacson, Noel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sani, Lara, Lezatin, Lee, Legarda, Libana, Limkay, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Mahabagal, Arroyo, Basada, Madrano, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marina Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Mordena, Vanisa, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eloy, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Martin, Romualdez, Eda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Gorberia, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sally, sa Limbangon, Salo, Santos, sa Ulog, Silvera, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Michaela, Angela, Suarez, Taliada, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan, Joseph, Tan, Keith, Micah, Tan, Reynolds, Michael, Tan, Samir, Tan, Stephen, James, Tan, Tambu, Tan, Chaitan, Wat, Catoriela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo, Erwin, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph, Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Filoso, Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarza, Suarez, Villarica, Villaco, Yamsuan, Yap Chantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U, Divina Grace, U, Giselle, Victoria, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11430. Abante, Abunda, Charon, Edwin Col, Agaraw, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Arenas, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Doc, Busito, Bustos, Cabredo, Cordema, Castro, Jane Chan, Coalizalde, Copilar, Colado, Corvera, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor de los Santos, Simapor, Mohamed Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Dian, Paul, Ecleo, and Verga, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Gerin, Gato, Goed, Christopher Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Garceta, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Horibata, Javier, Coolga, Ricardo, Wilton, Labat, Labat, Lacson, Lagon, Daphne, Lazatin, Lee, Loyola, Luistro, Maniquez, Mercoleta, Marino, Martinez, Mastura, Matugas, Mercado, Revilla, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Pascual, Pimentel, Kimbo, Rama, Reyes, Julio, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, sa Kaluran, Salcera, Sally, Salo, sa Ulog, Singson, Ronald, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Tamayo, Tan, Keith, Micah, Tan, Reynolds, Michael, Tan, Samir, Tan, Stephen James, Tan, Tambut, Tan, Chai, Teodoro, Teves, Tiang, Tupas, Unabia, Velasco, Vergara, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villar, Violago, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U, Divina Grace, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 177 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 11430 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 11354. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11354 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11354, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 5 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the province of Zamboanga del Norte and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose sections 14J and 29 of Batas Mamansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11354. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Achoron, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataydio, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbara Barbers, Baronda, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Biliones, Biron, Bolivia, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bolit, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Carrie, Castro, Franz, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Changalaw, Co Angelica, Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo, Mark, Co Juanco, Mark, Colada, Coliendas, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagok, Delipe, Dalog de Hirang, Daza, Desus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Gali, Dimaporo, City Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duave, Dohali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul. Ecleo Emmanuel N. Verga, Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella Yudera Falinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi,
bill na meron tayo so far. So, with
issues. I like
Court and ask for a writ tonight with a deep sense.
There is a motion to approve on second.
Standard for national human rights institutions around the world. We want the CHR of the Philippines
to address these issues. I likewise request my explanatory note in my original bill, House Bill number 4363, to be inserted in the records as part of my sponsorship speech. Therefore, I request, Mr. Speaker, and my distinguished colleagues to support these measures para po maayos naman po natin ang tinatawag po nating traffic crisis dito po sa Metro Manila na nararamdaman natin lahat. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Tambunting. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of debate and interpellation, and for this purpose, I further move that we recognize the Honorable Daniel Manuel of Party List Kabataan.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. The Honorable Raul Manuel is recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the sponsor willing to yield to some questions regarding House Bill 11497?
Definitely.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, the Honorable Manuel. I'd be more than willing to answer questions.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Before I pose my questions to the sponsor of this bill, gusto lang nating ipahiwatig na tamang dapat i-address ang malalang trapiko sa Kamaynilaan. Dapat lamang na meron talagang gawin at the soonest time possible habang tinitiyak naman natin ang karapatan at kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan. In line with that, Mr. Speaker, nung nabasa natin ang Section 6 ng House Bill 11497, Power to Adopt Emergency Measures, ang tingin natin dito, Mr. Speaker, ay masyadong sweeping at nagbibigay ng napakalaking kapangyarihan sa nakaupong Pangulo. Lalo na't ang daming mga naka-enumerate na pwedeng i-grant na powers sa presidente. With that, Mr. Speaker, ano ang assurance natin na ito ay hindi magdudulot ng mga abuso given 3 years ang emergency powers na pwedeng i-grant sa presidente?
Maraming salamat, the Honorable Manuel. Kaya nga po, tama po kayo. Ito po ay pinapahintulutan po ang ating presidente na and ang safeguard talaga dito ay yung 3 taon.
Ang sinasabi po natin na pag nagsimula ang isang proyekto, you would have to assume na usually umabot po yan 2 hanggang 3 taon. So, kaya po napag-isipan po ng committee na ibigay ang hanggang 3 taon lang. At pagkatapos nun ay wala na po siyang kapangyarihan para po sa mga renovations, road construction na kailangan po nating gawin para ma-improve ang traffic dito po sa ating Metro Manila. So, the answer there is, that's the reason, kaya nga po 3 taon lang ang binigay po sa kanila. Nilagay po itong 3 taon para ma-safeguard din po ang ating, at hindi maabuso itong panukalang batas na to.
Mr. Speaker, hearing the response of our sponsor, ang nabanggit ay yung limit, no, dun sa duration itself ng pag-grant ng emergency powers ay yun yung isang deterrent dun sa abuse. Mr. Speaker, if we go into the possible measures, yung emergency measures na pwedeng i-take on ng nakaupong Pangulo, kasama po kasi dito ang pag-exercise ng police power para po sa ating mga kababayan na halimbawa ay nakatira malapit sa mga kalsada or yung mga lugar na prone halimbawa na ma-demolish to give way, no, sa kung ano man
local government, trade and industry as members, ensuring that local government units and industries are engaged in lifelong learning in communities and the workplace. At present, the Council is composed of the Department of Education, the Department of Labor and Employment, the Commission on Higher Education, TESDA, the PRC, and representatives from the economic and industry sectors. In addition, Mr. Speaker, this bill creates the Lifelong Learning National Master Plan, subject to review every 5 years, with the participation of relevant stakeholders, which shall include medium and long-term policy objectives and basic direction, implementation activities, and guidelines. Funding for lifelong education institutions, investment plans and budgetary requirements, and the guidelines for the evaluation of lifelong education programs and learning cities or municipalities. In recognition of the immense contribution of the lifelong learning in nation building and empowering individuals and societies, I urge our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to support the passage of this important measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, and a good evening to everyone.
Thank you, Honorable Romulo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we open the period of debate and interpellation, and for this purpose, I further move that we recognize the Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel of Party List Kabataan.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now open, and the Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, our good sponsor yield to a few questions about
Yes.
House Bill 11543.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can our sponsor give us a brief review of what the Philippine Qualifications Framework intends to do? Kasi isa ito sa parang gustong i-expand ng bill natin, i-expand yung mandate ng Philippine Qualifications Framework to include lifelong learning. So before I proceed to my other questions, ay at least mabalikan muna natin para sa benefit ng body, ano ang main na gustong gawin ng Philippine Qualifications Framework?
Well, yung Philippine Qualifications Framework sets the standards for our skills training, education training, and all that the bill wants to include would be the Department of Interior and Local Government and the DTI. And the reason for that is that when we talk about lifelong learning, we speak about citizens or Filipinos even beyond the college years or far beyond any of the tertiary education already. In addition, we want also DTI to be involved simply because we also want to encourage industries to be able to promote, to emphasize, and to provide for their workforce a lifelong learning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you sa ating sponsor. Karagtong po nun, dahil nabanggit sa bill na ito ang iba't ibang forms ng tatawagin nating lifelong learning. Nakita ko po kasama dito yung kahit yung learning sa loob ng bahay, or learning habang nagtatrabaho, or learning sa ating mga community learning centers. Ang gusto ko pong mas maunawaan, Mr. Speaker, ay paano yun magbe-bridge dun sa functions ng Philippine Qualifications Framework. Dahil so far, sa ngayon, the Philippine Qualifications Framework, di ba ina-align din po niya yung ating mga qualification standards with those in other countries.
That's
no?
correct.
Para mas madaling makita ano yung pagkakapareho, madaling makita yung isang Filipino student in different learning levels ay makakompare sa kung ano din yung parang kaakibat noon sa ibang mga bansa.
That's correct.
So with this, Mr. Speaker, kasi yung lifelong learning, kasama doon yung forms ng learning na dahil hindi siya ganun ka-formal or hindi pa ganun ka-structured. No? So versus yung other forms of learning natin na mas formal and structured. So inisip ko po paano kaya ito mas nais na i-quantify
Yes.
at i-assess din ng Philippine Qualifications Framework.
Yes. Maraming salamat doon sa katanungan ng Honorable Manuel. Tama po yan, ano? Because the Philippine Qualification Framework, in fact, aligns us with the skills and the knowledge, may competencies, di ba? Which have been aligned globally already. Ngayon, lahat yon sa totoo, parte yun ng formal. Kunyari, nandun ka sa basic elementary natin, sa K-12 natin, di ba? Sa 11 and 12, kung maalala natin, sa senior high school, ando doon nga yung competencies na. Sa colleges, lalo na meron yung competencies and sa test the training natin. Pero lahat yun within the ambit of formal education. Pag-test na rin po, meron naman silang community schools, di ba? Pero ang gusto rin po natin dito ay ma-involve yung local governments para masigurado natin na if you are not within the school age anymore, no? O nag-graduate ka na, dapat tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang learning mo. Dapat maka-provide yung local governments through the DILG guidance or the industries through the DTI nung mga competencies na sinasabi ng PQF, NCC natin na naka-align na abroad. So ibig sabihin po, no, kunyari gagawa sila ng for senior citizens, gagawa sila ng activities of learning. Okay pa po yan, ano? That's what we want to encourage that. But framework po yung hinahabol din natin dito. Eventually, ang gusto natin, ma-align ng DILG o ng DTI yung competencies ng PQF-NCC, that's why they're part of that, para may credentialing na nangyayari. Meaning, merong objective o goal yung pwedeng marating ng isang lifelong learner outside yung formal education natin. Yung parang may patutunguan talaga at meron siyang credentialing na makukuha. Of course, Honorable Manuel, at the beginning, yung birth pains niya, ang gusto muna natin ma-organize using the Literacy Coordinating Council, masigurado natin na yung LCC natin ay mag-guide yung mga LGU natin. Ano yung mga pwedeng learning activities? Pero, as we progress, kaya may review every 5 years nung plano, is that we want may credentialing na mangyayari. Para kahit papano may dala-dalang credentialing yung mga na-involved sa lifelong learning. Again, in-expand lang ito para masama yung citizens sa labas na ng schooling age. So, DILG po yun para yung local governments, ma-encourage nila by setting up learning camps, learning centers, kung saan pwedeng maturuan yung mga kung sino ang gustong ma-upgrade, ma-upskill yung level nila. At sa industriya po, we want that also encouraged. But tama kayo, kaya nandito yung PQF-NCC at naging parte yung agencies involved in local governments and industries because we want credentialing to happen. So we want na ma-align rin yung competencies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our good sponsor. Ang kasunod ko pong tanong, dun sa objective na magkaroon din ng credentialing dun sa lifelong learning, well, kung sa concept muna ng lifelong learning, syempre, naniniwala tayo na yung pagkatuto, hindi siya natatapos just after we get our formal certificates or degrees. At gusto natin ma-equip yung ating mga kabataan na marunong silang matuto, no, sa iba't ibang pamamaraan. Kasi bahagi yon ng patuloy na pag-develop natin bilang isang tao. So, doon sa kung paano in concrete ways magagawa yung credentialing, doon ko po mas gusto sana matanong pa mula sa ating sponsor dahil yun nga, given na informal, kung example, natututo isang tao sa isang community learning center, paano titiyakin through this House Bill 11543 na maayos na ma-check yung competencies at paano magbibigay ng kaakibat or accurate na credential based dun sa ano yung kanyang natututunan in a community learning center.
Yes, pero again, Honorable Manuel, I just want to emphasize na tama po kayo, no? One of the objectives of this measure, also as envisioned by UNESCO, is that lifelong learning tayo. Whether or not you get credentialing or not, it's that thirst for knowledge and that feeling of knowledge that should always occur. at any time that any citizen would want that. In addition to that, that is why pumapasok po yung credentialing because gusto rin natin na magkaroon ng pagkakataon po, not only hindi lang po yung kabataan, pero pati yung ating mga senior citizens na gusto pa mapagpatuloy yung pag-aaral nila in order for them to be able to get employment, to be entrepreneurs. Doon po pasok po talaga yung PQF-NCC. That is why yung credentialing, yung competencies that NCC, kasi ang PQF-NCC ang nagbibigay sa atin ng competencies for NC1, NC2, NC3, NC4, at to NC5, or kung ano man ang NC. DILG, being a member of PQF-NCC, will be the one now to provide the guidance sa ating local governments who will be providing through learning centers and hiring yung mga magtuturo kung ano yung competencies and paano ma-check yun using the PQF-NCC. Sa industriya naman, that is why DTI has been proposed to become a member of PQF-NCC kasi sila rin ang magbababa naman ng standards and competencies for every, yung training regulations for every NC that one can obtain. Pero again po, no, you are correct, Honorable Manuel, the purpose of this measure is not solely for credentialing. Talagang this is also to fill up that thirst for continuous learning. Whether it will be used for employment, whether it will be used for credentialing, at the end of the day, gusto lang natin meron yon for additional points for a individual. Pero ito lang po para tuloy-tuloy. Kunyari po, as an example po, no, meron pa rin tayo under yung lumabas na FLEMS result, di ba? From ages 10 to 64, 19 million ang functionally illiterate. So ibig sabihin, pwedeng marami doon, passed already yung college or masteral degrees nila. So kahit doon po, gusto natin, meron rin na mga pwedeng mag-introduce yung local government or yung or yung industry itself ng mga programs para maging functionally literate yung individual concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our good sponsor. So, natanong ko po yung, okay, nagpa-participate in some form of what we would eventually call lifelong learning, yung isang tao, regardless of age niya. Tapos, ang isang pwedeng maging outcome ay, yun, mag-earn siya ng credentials as certified by the Philippine Qualifications Framework, NCC. Ang kasunod ko pong tanong is the other way around. Kasi, if the Philippine Qualifications Framework, NCC, of course, as said in the bill in coordination with different players like industry, yung iba't ibang mga sectors, ang tanong ko, Mr. Speaker, paano naman natin ma-ensure na yung lifelong learning is really suited dun sa ano yung interest ng isang tao? Kasi if we have a body that will set ano yung mga competencies na kanyang ipopromote, ano ang mga credentials na pwedeng i-offer. So, at a particular time, pwedeng meron talaga siyang nakikitang patok ng mga credentials na pwedeng ma-earn ng mga iba't ibang tao who would be in lifelong learning. But there are people also who would want to learn things outside the popular demand, no? Pwedeng yung lifelong learning nila is an opportunity to explore fields na hindi nila masyadong napag-aralan nung sila ay nasa formal schooling pa. So, paano natin mapapangalagaan yung lifelong learning in such a way na hindi naman siya parang sobrang nai-intrude ng kung ano lang yung demand na nire-recommend ng industry players at ng mga patok na credentials in every period of time?
Yes. As I responded to your earlier question, hindi lang naman po ito for credentialing. It is really lifelong learning. Dito po, wala namang sapilitan. Again, it is on a voluntary basis. May kita naman po natin kung ano yung hilig ng individual. Assuming that you are already in your 60s, ang hilig mo, or you belong to that portion na sabi ng PSA ay functionally literate, gusto mong matuto, magbasa, makapag-comprehend, again, that can be provided by the local government unit. Siguro yung una talagang titingnan dyan talaga is really kung ano yung demand from the individuals, ano yung hinahanap nila, because you also have to have teachers to be able to teach various skills, whether may credentialing o wala. On the other side of it naman, whether or not magkaka-credentialing, yung napili na scope of study, that would again depend on the PQF-NCC. Katulad ngayon, Honorable Manuel, sa totoo, no, hindi naman po lahat ng mga, una-una, hindi, yung training regulations natin does not cover everything up to NC3 or NC4. Marami nga, NC2 lang eh. Because, function po na wala namang industriya. So at the end of the day, kailangan mo rin i-match when you go to the higher NCs. Pero yung mga NC1, NC2, those are skills that are common naman sa buong mundo. Medyo mas universally accepted na yan. Yan naman, I think, as long as meron ng, it's a basic learning source, makakagawa naman yung PQF-NCC. Pero again, hindi naman lahat ay talagang para lang solely for purpose of credentialing. Dahil yung iba naman talaga ay pumapasok rin dito. Gusto lang natin tuloy-tuloy na kung ano yung matuto siyang, kung gusto niya mag-aral, ay meron siyang mapag-aaralan. Not necessarily na may credentialing yun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our good sponsor. A final few questions. Since if ever kung magiging batas ito, Mr. Speaker, edi meron na tayong ganitong balangkas sa yun, kung paano magkakaroon ng lifelong learning at paano yan susubaybayan ng Philippine Qualifications Framework NCC. I'm curious if ever there are other countries that may be leading or like steps ahead sa atin. Kung meron na rin ba silang current like law or even executive orders na batayan para ipatupad na sa kanila, no? Kasi kung sa atin nga edi antay pa natin na maging batas to, sa iba ba meron ng mga nauna sa ganitong paglatag ng structure for lifelong learning?
Ang tanong po niyo kung may ibang jurisdiction na nauna na meron ng lifelong learning na batas.
In other countries, no? Kung meron
Yes, kung may ibang jurisdiction na. Yun ang, sa pagkaalam ko, meron na. Kasi UNESCO, in fact, has been the one of those bodies that has been pushing for lifelong learning. At kung makikita po natin sa SGD, sa United Nations Development Goals, kasama po siya under number 30, I think. 4. Yes, number 4 siya. So, sa Medium Development Goal ng United Nations 2030 Agenda, Goal 4 siya, and so it has already, hindi lang naman tayo yung in-encourage nila. At sa pagkaalam ko, and we can provide you with a list siguro, the committee will be able to give you if ano yung rules ng ibang bansa.
Okay, with that, Mr. Speaker, I have no further questions, and I thank our good sponsors sa pagsagot sa ating.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. We appreciate always the point of view and the questions of our representative from the Kabataan Party List.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Honorable Garin.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who would wish to interpolate our good sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments. However, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11543.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11543. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill number 11543 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, esteemed.
Thank you, Honorable Romulo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to put forward an omnibus motion for the consideration of House Bill 11517 as contained in Committee Report 1460 and House Bill 11518 as contained in Committee Report 1461, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11517 and 11518.
House Bill number 11517, an act converting the Mabini Community Hospital in the Municipality of Mabini, Province of Batangas into a specialty hospital to be known as the Batangas Tourism Specialty Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11518, an act converting the Cebu Technological University Extension Campus in the city of Naga, Province of Cebu into a regular campus of the Cebu Technological University and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the explanatory note of said measures be considered as the sponsorship of said measures.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader?
There being no member who would wish to interpolate sponsors of said measure, I move, Mr. Speaker, that we close the period of debate and interpellation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
I further move, Mr. Speaker, that we open the period of amendments. However, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority
I now
Leader?
move, Mr. Speaker, that we approve on second reading House Bill 11517 and House Bill 11518.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11517 and House Bill number 11518. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11517 and House Bill 11518 are hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we take up additional reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measures.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business. Committee report. Committee Report 1483, submitted by the Committees on Justice, Appropriations and Ways and Means on House Bill 11545.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Bill 11545 as contained in Committee Report 1483. The Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure and further move that we recognize the sponsor of said measure, the Honorable Jude Asidre.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11545.
House Bill number 11545, an act granting hazard pay to public prosecutors exposed to hazardous situations and performing hazardous duties related to assigned cases and appropriating funds therefore.
The Honorable Jude Asidre of Tingog Party List is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, as sponsor and principal author of the said measure, I move that the explanatory note to the original bill be considered sponsorship speech for this measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The sponsorship, the explanatory note be considered as the sponsorship speech. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of debate and interpellation. However, there be no member who signify their intention to interpellate our good sponsor. I move that we close the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we open the period of amendments. However, there may be committee nor individual amendments, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority
Mr.
Leader?
Speaker, and I move that we approve on second reading House Bill 11545.
Is there any, there's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11545. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11545 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up admin matters.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 7240 and Senate Bill number 890, optimizing the national government for efficient public service delivery. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said conference committee report. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. All those in favor of the conference committee report, say aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The said conference committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are also in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 11355 and Senate Bill number 2558, enhancing animal industry development and competitiveness, strengthening the Bureau of Animal Industry, and creating for the purpose an Animal Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said conference committee report. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. All those in favor of the conference committee report, say aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The said conference committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 9726 and Senate Bill number 2974, strengthening the governance and management of the Philippine Science High School system. Honorable Carlito Marquez, Honorable Joey Sarte Salceda, the Honorable Maria Vanessa Aumentado, Representative Divina Grace Yu, Representative Faustino Nino D, Representative Jazel Victoria C.U., Representative Gabriel Bordado Jr.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee report, the Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 9489, creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Alicia, Province of Isabela. Honorable Juliet Marie de Leon Ferrer, Honorable Isabel Maria Zamora, Honorable Arnie Lavin Roque, Honorable Ian Paul D., and the Honorable Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 11376 and Senate Bill number 2534, providing for a 200 pesos daily wage increase for minimum wage workers in the private sector. The Honorable Juan Fidel Felipe Nograles, the Honorable Raymond Democrito Mendoza, Honorable Ramon Jolo Revilla, Honorable Mark Go, and the Honorable Arlene Brosas.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of messages from the Senate informing the House that the Senate passed with amendments House Bill numbers 3969, 5836, and 5852. All are bills declaring holidays in certain localities. We have been informed that the Committee on Local Government, sponsor of the aforementioned House bills, as well as its respective authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measures. In accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 3969, 5836, and 5852. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to the House Bill number 3969, 5836, and 5852. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to include additional co-authors to House Bill numbers 1824, 11117, 11350, 11350, 11360, 11412, 11422, 11522, 11528, 529, 530, 11552, 153, 159, 154, and House Resolution numbers 2217, 2218, 2219, 2220, 2227, 2289, 2290, 2310, 2311, 2313, and 2315 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider House Resolution 2313 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Resolution 2313, resolution congratulating Filipino-American composer and percussionist Susie Ibarra for winning the 2025 Pulitzer Prize for Music for her composition Sky Islands, making her the first Filipino-American to receive the award.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 2313.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution 2313. Any objection? The chair hears none. Motion therefore is approved. Majority
Mr.
Leader,
Speaker, I now move that we take up House Resolution 2314 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General, please proceed, ma'am.
House Resolution 2314, a resolution expressing the sincerest and profound gratitude and appreciation to Sagi Pelikula for its outstanding legacy in Filipino film restoration.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 2314.
all those in favor of the said resolution, House Resolution 2314. All those in favor, say aye. All those in favor, not in favor, say nay. The ayes have it. Majority Leader, House Resolution 2314 is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Resolution 2315 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General, please proceed, ma'am.
House Resolution 2315, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino-American sound designer and composer Fabian Obispo for winning outstanding sound design at the 40th Lucille Lurtel Awards, the first Asian American to receive the honor.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we adopt House Resolution 2315. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to approve House Resolution 2315. All those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 2315 hereby approved. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider House Resolution 2310 in consolidation with House Resolution 2269 and that Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General, as stated, please proceed.
House Resolution 2310, resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of original Filipino music icon Angelito Haji T. Alejandro and recognizing his outstanding contributions to the Philippine music industry.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 2310 in consolidation with House Resolution 2269.
There's a motion to adopt and approve the House Resolution 2310. All those in favor say aye. All those not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 2310 is hereby approved. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Resolution 2311 in consolidation with House Resolution 2281 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General, please proceed, ma'am.
House Resolution 2311, a resolution honoring and commending the late Frederick Charles Caballes Davao, professionally known as Ricky Davao, for his outstanding contributions to Philippine cinema, television, and theater.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 2311 in consolidation with House Resolution 2281.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution 2311. All those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 2311
In
is
consolidation
hereby
with House Resolution 2281.
2311?
In consolidation with House Resolution
Yes, okay.
2281.
So House Resolution 2311 in consolidation with House Resolution 22181 is hereby adopted and approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move that we take up House Resolution 2312 in consolidation with House Resolutions 2297 and 2317. The Secretary General be directed to the title of said measure.
Secretary General, as stated, please proceed.
House Resolution 2312, resolution expressing the sincerest and profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the demise of original Filipino music icon Ferdinand Freddy Pascual Aguilar and honoring his immense contributions to the Philippine music, culture, and national identity.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we adopt House Resolution 2312 in consolidation with House Resolutions 2297 and 2317.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution 2312 in consolidation with House Resolutions 2297 and 2317. All those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. So House Resolution 2312 in consolidation with House Resolution 2297 and 2317 hereby adopted and approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last Monday, June 2, 2025, we adopted House Resolution number 2289, expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Ms. Pilita Corrales, the Asia's Queen of Songs. I move for the consolidation of a similar measure, House Resolution 2308, with House Resolution 2289.
Salamat, Majority Leader. There is a motion to consolidate House Resolution number 2308 with House Resolution number 2289. Is there no objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, last Monday, June 2, 2025, we adopted House Resolution number 2288, expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Ms. Nora Cabaltera Villamayor, popularly known as Nora Honor, a national artist for film and broadcast arts. I move for the consolidation of a similar measure, House Resolution 2309 with House Resolution 2288.
Okay, yes, Majority Leader. There is a motion to consolidate House Resolution number 2309 with House Resolution number 2288. Is there no objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Again, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of June 9, 2025. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adjourn until 3 p.m. June 9. Is there no objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. We will continue on 3 p.m. June 9. Thank you, Majority Leader. Motion is therefore approved and adjourned. Thank you.